Hello, welcome to my channel. I'm Em and my books are everywhere. Please pardon the noise. There's some work being done outside, so you may hear some hammering. It's not happening here, so don't worry. Everything's good. And welcome in. I hope you all can get some reading done tonight. I plan on working on my sweater and listening to Bleak House, trying to make some more progress on that. Currently, I am just over halfway now, so I have this much left here. And I'm super excited to make some more progress on it and also on my sweater. Let's see who is in. We've got Morgan in. Hi, Morgan. She says she'll be reading 2 Samuel tonight. That's great. I'm sure you're making really great progress on your Bible reading this month. And here's Jamie, and she says, hello, friends. Hello, Jamie. What will you be working on tonight? And Morgan, let me ask you, are you just physically reading or are you doing any audio? And if you are doing audio, what have you found? And hello, Courtney is planning on reading some of Wind and Truth and maybe another book that I started last night. That is really cool. Well, welcome in. And Grandma Susan says, good evening, all. Hello, glad to have you here. And what will you be working on tonight? And I am super excited for sprints tonight. I wasn't feeling well earlier today and ended up not going to work, and I just got some extra rest. So I think I've been feeling way better for like the last 2 to 3 hours. So that is really, really good. And Morgan says she's physically reading. And we have TG Cat Mom saying, hi, everyone. I'm reading The Legacy of Longdale Manor by Carrie Turansky. That sounds really great. And tell me about your cats. And we have Cat Reads Books in tonight. And she says, hi, everyone. I'm reading Fairest of Heart by Karen Whittemire, and I'm really enjoying it and all of the nods to Snow White. For sure. That was the first Karen Whittemire book that I read ever, but I read it last year and I just loved it. I shared it with my niece that's 16 because I just loved all of the nods to Snow White that were in there. I thought that was absolutely amazing. So I hope you continue to enjoy that. I did go on to read If the Boot Fits, which is the next book. It's not really a series per se because it's all new characters, but it is in that fairy tale retelling taking place in Texas back in the past. And I have Cloaked in Beauty that I have ready to go, and I am planning on reading that probably next month. I think I'm going to be participating in February, and I know that that's like about fairy tale retellings, so I'm saving it for that. And Grandma Susan says she's listening to The Belle of Chatham by Laura France. I've heard of Laura France, but I don't think I've heard of that book. And Jamie is working on Lumen on audio and The Lies We Trade. It's an e-arc. Well, so cool. And Grandma Susan says, I'm thankful you're feeling better. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think I woke up in the middle of the night last night and it took me quite a while to go back to sleep. So I think I just was tired. But yes, I feel much better now. And I have some lemon and ginger tea that I'll be sipping on. And I think that'll continue to help me feel more normal. And TG Cat Mom says she has 3 cats, Tuxedo, Calico, and a gray and white, and she loves her fur babies. Yes, I love mine too. I have 2. I have Humphrey that's a snowshoe and Audrey that's like a tabby Siamese mix, and she's gray and white. One of my first cats that I had, her name was Fluffy. She was a calico. And Jill says, hi, everyone. I'm reading Whatever Happened to Lori Lovely by Sarah McCoy for the Brendan Novak online book group. I think I've seen like on Facebook some mentions of Brenda Novak and her Facebook group. And Kat Reads Book says, my first Karen Whittemire was To Love a Beast, and it was fantastic. A good one to read if you love Beauty and the Beast. I do. Is that a newer one or is that an older one that I just didn't know about? And TG Cat Mom says, Susan can't wait to read that one. And Susan says, it's an audio arc releasing. We have Bethany in. Hi, Bethany. And she says, hi, ladies. I'm watching my nephews play basketball on YouTube and I'm about to get some ice cream. I may read after the game. It's halftime. Oh, cool. What kind of ice cream? We went to ice cream last weekend. I had a friend that came up from out of town that I haven't seen in a couple of years. And my cousin also came up from out of town, and we were all friends in our 20s. And so we went out to ice cream, took the kids with us, and another cousin. It was fun. So it was ice cream shop called Leatherby's. There's several of them up here in Northern California. And then there's like a sister shop in my hometown. So that's a place that we had great memories of the specific types of sundaes that they do. I always get the toasted almond sundae with the homemade caramel sauce. It's my favorite. And they have one called black and tan that's like fudge and caramel. They have a black and white that's fudge and marshmallow cream. And they have other ones that are all delicious. And Bethany says, Susan, have you read Laura France before this book? I never have, but I've been interested in trying her books. And Grandma Susan says, Bethany, yes, I have. It's just been a long time. I hope you enjoy her. And Kat Reads Book says, To Love a Beast is one of her newest books. I thought so. And it's a fairy tale retelling, but it's not in the Texas Ever After. It's the other fairy tale retelling series that she has, I think. Hi, Annie. Annie says, hi, Em and everyone. I'm going to try and listen to Murder at the Breakers by Alyssa Maxwell. I read that one. I read that one on ebook. It's this, I think it's the first book in a series. I haven't read any of the rest of the books in that series, but that's really cool. It's a like a Gilded Age mystery involving members of the Vanderbilt family, I think. And she's like a cousin. It's either like the Vanderbilts or the Rockefellers. I don't remember, but one of those families. And Bethany says, I have 4 different kinds sitting out on the counter. That's good. That's a good deal. You have your choice. And Bethany says, yum, the fudge and marshmallow sounds amazing. It's pretty good. I used to like that one a lot because I do like the marshmallow. I think the black and tan was the one that I would get the most before I started having the toasted almond ice cream with the homemade caramel. It's so good. I just am a sucker for caramel of any kind. And Jamie says, I've read one Laura France book. I enjoyed it. I can't remember the name at the moment, but it was set in a Highland estate. Very cool. Very cool. I am super excited today, guys, because there's a new Agatha Christie movie that's on Netflix starting today. It's the Seven Dials mystery. And that's a fun book. The main character in that is Bundle Brent. And she was actually a character in my favorite Agatha Christie. The Secret of Chimneys. She was the daughter of the earl that owned Chimneys. So yeah, it's going to be super fun for me to watch that. I love Agatha Christie, and this looks like it's a well done adaptation. Not, I don't like the Sarah Phelps adaptations. I think it was BBC that did them because they were just too dark. Like she took all the lightness out of Agatha Christie. I didn't actually watch all of them. I think the last one I watched was the ABC Murders, and I couldn't. It was just horrible. So I didn't try any of the rest of her adaptations. And I'm having trouble with my computer. It's not showing the comments, but I'll read it out. So, since it's search that out. Yeah. So fun. I do love books that take place in Scotland and UK of any kind. I really like books that take place not in the US. I like some place here, but I do like to learn about other places. Okay. Let's see if I can get this to work. I don't think there's anything else that I wanted to share at the moment. Oh, I will show you before I start adding the stitches for my sleeve how far I've gotten on my cardigan, because it's off the needles at the moment, so it's a good time to show it. And there it is. I did the hem on it. There. Pocket's going to go right there. But it's all, I tried it on and it fits well. Once I block it out, it's just going to be the perfect length for me. So what I'm hoping to do right now is I'll be listening to Bleak House because it's the only audiobook I have on the go, and I'll be picking up stitches around the armhole here to start the first sleeve, and we'll see how far I get during our first sprint. And I've got a couple more people in. And Jamie says it's Rose and the Thistle. Good to know. And K-Tree is in. Hello, ladies. And she's going to try to read some after getting all her girlies to bed. Okay, and let us know if you do get to read something, what you'll be reading. TG Cat Mom says, I read Indigo Heiress by Laura France last year. Really good. I liked her Heart Adrift book better, Chocolate and a Privateer. I want to say I've heard of Indigo Heiress. Maybe that's where I've heard of her from. And Grandma Susan says, that is beautiful. Love the color. Thank you. I also love the color, and so does Jill. It's one of my favorite colors. I just love it. And TG Cat Mom says, that looks beautiful. Well done. Thank you. And Annie says, your sweater looks awesome. I can't wait to get more work on it, to be able to work on it some more. It's been a very enjoyable process. All of the cables, and there's a lot of purling and stuff, and I don't generally like purling, but it has been very enjoyable, and the pattern hasn't been bad at all. even the cabling with the fussing with the cable needle and stuff hasn't been bad. It's been a while since I've done a pattern that's this involved, but I really am loving as I finish each row just to see how it's coming out, and I can't wait to wear it. And Jamie says, looks great. And Grandma Susan says, Jamie, thank you. I found it at my library. Looking forward to it. That's so good. I almost went to the library the other day, but I had a couple of other errands that I needed to run. And I like to be home before it's dark. I don't enjoy driving in the dark. Although with my new glasses, I can see so well, it's almost not as bad um, as I make it out to be. So that's a good thing. All right, so I've got an ambiance set up and ready to go. So let me add that, and we'll start our first sprint, and we'll go to 30 after. Let me get this going here. Welcome back. Welcome back. And let's see how everyone did. I did get the stitches picked up for my arm, my sleeve here, but I accidentally just did knit one, purl one all the way across that first round. So I'm having to go back now because I was actually supposed to work in pattern that first round. So I'm going through and correcting it, but I'll do that during the next sprint. And I listened to some more in Bleak House, which I'm really enjoying. But yeah, there's such sad things that are happening to some of those kids in there. It's just it's very worrying to me, but I am enjoying it. Let's see where we left off on the comments here. Jamie was going to say, I was going to tell you that I liked your new glasses. Thank you. I really like them too. And I love that I can see. And Jill says, love the picture. That was a good ambiance. I'm having trouble. I think I need a new laptop. This one's pretty old now. And so it's stalling out on me a lot. So let me know if something happens with the ambiance, if it stops. I know that it looks on my end that it goes off the screen, but then comes back on. So it's not like completely disappeared, but let me know if there's an issue with that. And Hannah says, I finished the book I was reading on Lucy Sprints last night, and now I'm reading Between the Shadows by Grace R. Pringle for Chantel's Indie Book Club, and I'm at 13%. That's amazing. And Hannah says, your sweater is looking amazing. Thank you. I am really, really liking working on this. Hello, Anne. Anne is reading The Fabric of Hope by Susan G. Mathis. It's about Irish immigrants who settled in the islands in the St. Lawrence River between New York and Canada. Very interesting. Is it a nonfiction or is it a historical fiction? And Anne says, I'm trying to finish it tonight. I hope you do. Hi, Jay. She says, hello, I will be doing my Bible writing. That's amazing. And Anne says, I finished it. Yeah, that's excellent. And Bethany read a chapter of Little Women after the basketball game. That's so good. Little Women's on my list for this year. I'm not sure when I'm going to be starting it. I have a lot of other classic books that I'm reading at the moment. So I'm doing Bleak House, and I think I will be starting, if I can just get a little farther on in my sleeve just to get the setup done. I'm going to put that down, and I'm going to start reading The Hobbit. And this is for Kay at Kay's Libraries read along that she's doing. So excited to get started on this reread. And then I also have this big O tome, Les Miserables, that I'm reading as a read along with Katie from Books and Things. She does read along. I don't know if it's every couple of months or not, but Bleak House was the last one. I haven't finished it, so I'm not jumping into Les Miserables that quickly. I think she's set aside 12 weeks to read this one. So we'll see how far I get in it. I got it at Half Price Books for $6.99. We'll see how I get on with this translation, but it's pretty thick. We'll see. But those are my classics that I have waiting to start. So I'm not sure that I want to start Little Women just yet. Maybe in the spring, maybe in the fall. I think I mentioned on one of my other sprints that I have a yarn kit that's called, it's for a shawl pattern, and I think it's called My Girls. And it was inspired by Little Women, the pattern and the colors of the yarn. So I think I might do that as my read along, knit along in the fall. We shall see. And Jay says she wrote out the first 10 verses in chapter 18 of Genesis. That is really good. Annie got to 6% in her book. And Cat Reads Books got to chapter 14. Morgan did get to read 2 Samuel 1 through 6. And Jill read is on page 204 of 315 of Whatever Happened to Lori Lovely. And hey, there's Lucy. Hi, Lucy. And Lucy is working tonight, and she's crying about it. And let's see. Grandma Susan got to 77%. Lucy is on her 15-minute break. And Grandma Susan says, hi, Lucy. Always nice to see you. And Lucy says, if you're all still on when I get home, I'll come sprint with you. Oh, that'll be fun. I'm not sure what time you're off work and how long I'll be on tonight. I don't have any plans for this evening. I already, I had, because I was home from work, I had planned on having pork chops and asparagus for dinner, but I made it for lunch. And then I have some leftover pizza that I can have if I get hungry later. So I don't have any evening plans. Next week, though, I am going to have to stop sprints earlier than normal because I have my in-person book club. It's our book choosing night, so we all go with our suggestions for book club. It starts at 7:30 my time. My friend's house is about 10 to 15 minutes away, so I'll be stopping sprints at 7 my time, which is 10 Eastern. So I'm not sure if I can start early to kind of make up for that. So I'll either be starting at 4 or 4:30 Pacific, and then stopping at 7 Pacific for sure next week so that I could get to book club. And let's see. Lucy saying hi to Grandma Susan. And Bethany saying hi to Lucy. Lucy saying hi to Bethany. And Lucy says, sprint all night long. Can't. I have to be at work early tomorrow. And she says, wait for me. She has 100 pages left of the Hunger Games, and she wants to finish tonight. Good deal. I think this is, Lucy, your first time reading the Hunger Games. And it seems like you were kind of into it last night. So how are you still getting on with it? Love to know. And she says, yes, first time. All right. So what other plans have I got for reading? Because I do want to read more than just the classic books that I'll be reading. I have finished a couple of books already. I did finish, it was billed as a Christian fiction, but it was just a clean fiction in my opinion. There wasn't really a whole lot that I would say distinguished it as Christian fiction. It was called, let's see, Engaging the Earl, and that was by Mindy Burbidge Strunk. I think that's, yeah, Mindy Burbidge Strunk. And it was a clean Regency romance. It was a lot of fun. That's actually the first book that I'm going to be writing up a review for my Goodreads page. I have a couple of friends. I know Grandma Susan's my friend on Goodreads there. I don't have a lot on that because I just have not put very much into it, but that's one of my goals for this year is to do more in that page. So that's going to be my first review that I'm going to write up for Goodreads and put on there. If you all are on Goodreads and want to friend me, I think my account is M's Books Are Everywhere. Let me double check. Everything is so slow. Okay, I'm M's first name EMS, last name Books BOOKS. So if you want to find me there, like I said, I don't have a lot on it, but I am going to be making that my goal to post on there. And Lucy says, I can't say it's a surprise collab with a fellow booktuber. Okay, no worries. And she says, we are planning to both drop our vlogs on Monday. Oh, good. And Lucy says she's so sleepy tonight, but she wants to come home and sprint. All right. I know. I hear you about being sleepy at work. I work just all during the days, but even some days, 2 o'clock rolls along and I just like want to hit the hay right then. Because it's just a lot and it's no fun being at work when you really would rather be home. So I hear that. So anybody else, let me know what your reading plans are. I do want to get to this book. This is another book that's been on my TBR for a long time. I had it on my Amazon wish list, and my niece got it for Christmas for me in 2024, and I still haven't started it. And I really do want to. This is the first book in a series, a cookbook Nook mystery. It's called Final Sentence, and it's by Daryl Wood Gerber. And it's the little tagline here says, a celebrity cookbook tour is about to come to a dead end. So it sounds right up my alley, cozy mystery. And I really do want to get to this one. So I hope to get to this one this month. And I'm still working on my Marple. I did read The Body in the Library, which was the 2026 Read Christie, the book for January. And I read The Murder at the Vicarage, which is the first book for my Miss Marple project that I'm going to be doing this year. So that was really fun. I think I probably will want to read the Seven Dials mystery since I'm going to be watching that Netflix series coming up. I do tend to always be reading Agatha Christie, so it's not a surprise that I already have two down and have another one planned. And let's see. Lucy says yes to sprinting. And she says, I have 15 people watching. And let's see. She says, amazing questions. Amazing. Exclamation. And here's Jeanette. Hi, Jeanette. She says she's reading The Story People by Heather Kaufman tonight. And Anne says that she's going and she's going to go watch a TV show with the kids. Fun. I love that. I love a family movie nights. Enjoy. Have a great evening, Anne. Thanks for stopping by. And Jill says, I love Daryl Wood Gerber. I've heard her name before. I think she has another series that's pretty popular that I haven't read anything by her, so I don't know, but let me look at what I'm thinking of. Oh, she's doing the cheese one. I have heard of that one. Is it The Cheese Shop? Yeah, I've heard of that one. Tiffany from Beach Bum Bookworm talks about that one a lot, or I've heard a lot about it on her channel during sprints. And Amy Marie also. Yeah, that's where I've heard her name. But I haven't read that one either. I really want to. I do love cozy mysteries. I just feel like since I have been upping my reading, I've been reading a wider variety of books. For a long time, I was only reading cozy mysteries and just kind of binging my way through series. But when I really made an effort to read, I guess it started maybe in about 2018 or so. I don't know what it was that happened. Um, I know I switched jobs at work. Still the same place, but just doing something different. And I felt like I had more capacity to focus and to be able to read things. Cozy mysteries, I always find, are pretty easy to get through. They don't take a whole lot of brain power. I'm not the person that tries to solve the mystery, I'm just there for the ride. And so I felt like when I did that job switch that I was able to focus more. And so then I started reading more of my other rereading some of my other books that weren't the cozy mysteries that maybe took a little more focus, and I was able to enjoy that a lot. And Lucy says, back to work. I'll check in when I'm home. Hope you're still on, but no worries if you're not. All right, we'll see. We shall see. If we're still sprinting, you are welcome. So yeah, so that's my story of spreading my reading wings again in 2018, because I did always read other things before that, but there was one of my positions at work that I had for about 3 or 4 years that was very stressful, and I just had no capacity to really focus on things outside of that. So I'm happy to be in a spot that I can read other things, but I do kind of miss my cozy mystery binging. All right. So we are just about ready, I think, to go into another sprint. I hope everyone gets some reading done or whatever else you're going to be doing during this next sprint. We'll do another 40-minute sprint. So that will take us to, again, just right around half an hour. So at 30 after. And yeah, let me get that all set up so that we can start our sprint. I think I'm going to hopefully have enough time to fix that one row of knitting that I didn't get right. And I'll be listening again to Bleak House while I do that. If I do get that all sorted and get on track to follow my pattern, then I will set that down and start reading The Hobbit. So hopefully everyone has a good sprint, and we'll be back in 30 minutes. Get the ambiance added up. Well, sorry I am late getting back. I picked up all the stitches and I had made that mistake and I'm going around fixing them. And now I have 3 extra stitches. So I think I missed 3 stitches somewhere in my pattern. So I'm going to have to try to fix that again next sprint. Yeah, this is just proving harder. It didn't help that Humphrey was over here wanting to get into everything. So I had to take a minute to go and give the cats some treats. Now they're both napping. So how did everybody else do? Let's get to some comments here. So Jay says she wrote to verse 21 and has to go and feed Halfling and then get little man ready for bed. Well, Jamie, I hope you can get that done without any hassle. And if you're gone for the night, have a great night. If not, we'll see you back after all of that. And hello, Hannah. Hannah says, how are you liking the Hunger Games, Lucy? I binged that series when I was a teenager. I think it's time for a reread. I read that series when my nephew was 12 because he was reading the first book. And I hadn't heard of it at that point, and he was telling me about it. And I was concerned that it was something that he maybe shouldn't be reading, how he described it. So I read it myself and I was like, yeah, he's all right. But that's how I got introduced to the series. And then we were like reading, like he would read book 1, then I read book 1, then he would read book 2, then I would read book 2. And it was really great because that started, maybe it was a little before. I think we started with the Percy Jackson series, maybe, where we would be reading it at the same time so that we could discuss it. And that was several years that we were doing that, picking books to read and discuss. And Tabitha says, hello, I'll be reading Bridge to Haven by Francine Rivers. And Grandma Susan says, are you reading that for Oshina's Francine Rivers book club? And Grandma Susan says she made it to 28%. And Cat Reads Books got to chapter 16. Good job. Morgan read 2 Samuel 7 to 12. Excellent. And Tabitha says, yes, she is reading it for Oshina's read along. And Jamie says, I have done everything but read. Well, at least you did some stuff. There have been sprints that I have like fallen asleep and done nothing but sleep. Jill says, I'm under 100 pages left. Ooh, that's so good. And Jeanette says, excuse me, only 1 chapter read as I'm distracted. My friend is at a hockey game and I'm watching it on TV trying to spot her in the crowd. Oh, that's so fun. And Jamie says, yes, you need to reread Hunger Games, then read the prequels, especially Sunrise on the Reaping. And Hannah says, I love that you're being a protective aunt. Thank you. Always. So he was the oldest nephew that I was able to do that with. And starting with him, like I have 2 nephews that are older than him, but he was the one that was more in my care when he was little. So he was the one that really taught me how to be an aunt. And so every niece and nephew after him, I have always tried to have a relationship and something in common with them, whether it's reading, which I encourage, or music, or movies, or something else. And Hannah says, I got to chapter 13 and 17 in Between the Shadows. Good deal. Looks like everybody's doing some good progress. So I am at the part, and I don't know how many people out there have read Bleak House. I don't want to spoil anything and I won't, but I'm at a part where something is happening to one of the main characters and I'm fine with it, but I kind of feel like this character has suffered enough and should have some happiness, and so it's just really hard to to be hearing about all this stuff that's going on and how that character deals with it. It's just amazing. I really am liking this book a lot. And I know I have a reputation for not reading hard books, and I wouldn't even say that this was a super hard book, but just the stuff that's in it. It's just the right amount of tragedy that I'm okay with. And it is sad and it hurts my heart, but I'm getting through it. I think if it was any more anymore, I would have a harder time with it. But yes, I'm enjoying it a lot. And Grandma Susan says that thank you for the sprints and readathon. See you Saturday morning. So yes, I hope to Saturday morning. It's my niece's birthday. So this is the younger sister of the nephew I was talking about earlier. She is going to be 23 on Saturday. So we are going to be going out to lunch to celebrate her birthday, but that'll be after the Saturday sprints. So we'll see you Saturday. Not on my channel. All right. Let's see. Anything else that I have to share? I tried, since I had to get up to get the cats their treats, I went into my craft room to see if I could find that project bag that has the Little Women inspired yarn and the pattern to show y'all, but I couldn't spot it right away and I didn't want to spend the sprint looking for it. But maybe by next Thursday, I'll have dug it out and have that ready to share with y'all. Because I think it's really lovely yarn and the pattern is really nice. I think it's a 3-color shawl. So there's 3 skeins in the well, I know there's 3 skeins, but I don't remember if there was 2 of one color and one of a coordinating color, or if it was 3 coordinating colors. I think if I remember right, it was 3 coordinating colors. But yes, it was a really lovely project that I purchased. Gosh, I want to say, I don't remember if it was the year of COVID. So this was a fiber convention that I used to go to. They don't do it anymore, but it was in February that year before the shutdown. Um, I think that was the year I bought it. So it's already going to be going on 6 years, and I still haven't knit it. So I do want to do that. I think if I can figure out this um, mess that I made with the sleeve over here, then I will do one more round on it and then put it down and pick up the Hobbit. So I'm anxious to do that. So let's go ahead and go into another 40-minute sprint, and then that will take us to 20 after. So I'll get the ambiance up there and set up the banner, and we'll see you back at 20 after. We'll see how much progress we all can make. All right, we are back. So I did finally get my sleeve straightened out, so that I was doing it as I was doing round 2. So I'm ready to start round 3 on that next time I pick that up. And so I stopped listening to Bleak House and I did pick up The Hobbit, and I just barely got into it. I read the introduction and have not started um, chapter 1 yet. So, not that far into it, but I think it'll be a pretty quick read. It's a small book. This is the 75th anniversary edition, so there were some corrections made to it. And I guess Tolkien had like revised it from when it originally came out in 1937. In 1951, there was a significantly revised portion, and then I guess there were some more revisions in 1966 and 1995. So it'll be interesting to read this to see if I can spot anything. I don't even know when I read it before what edition I was reading, but it'll be interesting to see. And how did y'all do? Annie got to 14%. Good deal. And Hannah got to chapter 19, 24%. Really liking this story so far. Gonna go try and put my little guy down. Well, I wish you well with that, Hannah. And Grandma Susan's at 34%. Tabitha, not sure how far she got that sprint. Forgot to mark my starting point. I do that. And Morgan is still going strong. She read 2 Samuel 13-16. Jeanette, one more chapter read. And Tabitha is hoping to start The Hobbit in the next couple of weeks. So I am reading this for Kay's read along that she's doing. I didn't own The Hobbit. I don't think I own any of the Tolkien books. I've read them before, but it was either my sister's copy or the library. But I saw this one and I thought it was really good. I ordered it from Half Price Books, and I had it shipped to store because that was free. And I'm frugal sometimes. And it was supposed to be in January 5th. And I happened to be out and about on January 10th, and we went to Half Price Books. And I asked them, has it come in? I haven't heard. And they're like, well, you'll get an email. But what happened was I was at my cousin's and I had left my phone at home, so I didn't know if I had an email or not. So the guy checked and he's like, no, it's not here. And I said, fine. Well, then when I did get home later that night, I did have an email from them. They were already closed, so I couldn't go pick it up. So I didn't pick it up till Monday after work. But yeah, I really like that it's a small size, you can see, compared to my head. And I like the cover with the mountains. It's so cute. It's got that little seal there. Yeah, I really like this edition a lot. And it does have some of the illustrations and the map. So, yep, I'm glad I got it. Although I'm sad that it took so long because I would have started reading it earlier. And Jill has 65 pages left. And Annie got to 20%. Oh, so maybe that comment was from the last time. Yeah, when you were at 14. Oh, I guess it was. That was at 6:42. Okay, cool. So now you're at 20%. Excellent. I'm doing all right. I could do another sprint now that I got my sweater all in a good place. I can read The Hobbit. If you all are up for another sprint, we can do another one. I just lose track. Yeah. So we've done 3, and I'll do one more. I don't think there was anything else that I wanted to go over. Was there any questions that you all have? And Andy says, yes, I came back late that last sprint. Tabitha's good for another one. Cool. All right. Let's see if we can chat for about 4 more minutes, and then we'll start a 40-minute sprint, and then that will be at 10 after to end. I didn't even try to find my Little Women project that time, but I will show you some sock yarn I bought. And I did finish one of my February socks. So I had been knitting these since last February. And so I finally got it done. One. And I started the second one. So I have the little bit of the cuff on there. So hopefully I'll get them finished to wear for this February. And then I bought some more yarn. I bought this one that's like greens and blues and browns and a little bit of cream. And this is Barocco Comfort Sock yarn. It's a really good price. I got it at a local yarn store, and it was just $9 for this skein. So I'll get a pair of socks and then have leftovers. I might be able to get some like ankle socks or no-show socks out of that too. And then I bought a second skein that I just thought was really pretty and kind of reminded me of like spring and Easter, and it's pinks and blues. I just thought that was another pretty yarn. So these are the next 2 socks. When I finish the February socks, I'll start one of these, not probably the green one. And then that'll be my March sock. And then the pink and blue one will be my April sock, I think. Let's see. And Grandma Susan says, that's pretty. Thank you. And Jill says, love the colors of the socks. And Grandma Susan says, I'm always ready for another sprint. That's good. Yes, me too. And Tabitha says, love that pink. I really want to make some striped socks. And that's nice because you're not switching colors. It's just knitting. And Annie wants to know if Comfort Sock is acrylic. And you know, I didn't even notice. It is. It is 50% superfine nylon and 50% superfine acrylic. Yep. The ones that the sock yarn that I'm using for the February sock is from a company called Knit Picks, and it is called Felici, and it is 75% superwash merino and 25% nylon. And it comes in the same type of ball, but it's you have to have 2 of these for a pair of socks because these are only 50-gram balls and the Comfort is 100 grams. And then I have this little yarn sock to keep it tidy because they tend to like fall apart when they're wound up this way. So this little sock just kind of keeps everything tidy in there. Oops. I put it on wrong. There we go. And then it's a center pull so I can still knit out of there. Well, I am just making a big old mess of everything tonight. Tuck that in. This is the project that I've been taking to work with me because it's a lot more portable than that sweater. And so if I get a chance to knit, that's what I'm using. And Annie says, thanks. I want to make cotton ones, but I would need thin yarn that is soft. I'm trying to think. Thin cotton soft yarn. I think Barocco makes one. I know Knit Picks makes a thin cotton, but I don't know if it's mixed with anything else or if it's 100% cotton. But I've used that one. And Annie says that is a great idea to keep the yarn together. Yes. And Tabitha's also asking how I like the Knit Picks yarn. I've heard of them but never ordered anything. I like them a lot. So they are definitely more affordable than yarns that you'll get like at local yarn stores. And I feel like the quality is pretty equal. One of my favorite yarns to knit stuff for kids is their Swish. It's their superwash yarn because it holds up really well. It's not hard to knit with and it's washable. So when I'm making stuff, especially for like the kids in the family, I don't know that any of my sisters or cousins like really knit, so I don't know that they would be mindful when they're washing things to hand wash things that are 100% wool or that aren't super wash wool. So that Swish yarn makes a really good looking project, and it is washable in case they do wash it. And Annie says, thanks, I'll try Knit Picks. And Jamie says, grading essays now. Well, wow. You know, writing essays was like never my favorite. I always used the 5-paragraph essay that I learned freshman year. But I always had like trouble with the endings because I felt like, well, I already said all that. Why do I need to say it again? Yeah, I love school. I love learning, but I've always had a really hard time with homework. But yeah, more that I didn't want to do it than I had trouble doing it, but that was that. Okay, it looks like we went a little past 7:30. That's fine. We'll start the sprint now. So that'll just put us at 15 after. So we will start another sprint, go to 15 after. Hope everyone gets lots of good stuff done, whether you're reading or grading essays or whatever it is that you're doing. We'll see you back at 15 after.
double grip strips versus baby gear. Will it stay put? A toy piano? Yep.
And we're back, and look, Lucy popped in. Hi, Lucy.
Hey, hello. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. So I had a little trouble with my sweater. I did a couple of things wrong, but I fixed it, but I put it down. So I'm not listening to Bleak House anymore. Now I'm reading The Hobbit, and it's
Woohoo.
been really fun getting back into this. How was work?
Work was long, but I'm very grateful to have a job. I don't want it to seem like I'm ungrateful to have a job, but I am happy to be home. It was a long day. It was a long day.
And what are you reading The Hunger Games now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm right there.
Ooh, so close, so close.
Was
Yes. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. So I really am enjoying The Hobbit, and I think it's so funny because these are the ways that I am like a hobbit. Firstly, it says, hobbits are inclined to be fat in the stomach. They dress in bright colors, chiefly green and yellow, wear no shoes because their feet grow natural leathery soles and thick, warm brown hair like the stuff on their heads. I don't have hairy feet, but other than that, I think that description could be me. And then also, it says, he had only just had breakfast, but he thought a cake or two and a drink of something would do him good after his fright. That is also me.
Second breakfast, people.
Second breakfast, that's right. And then it says the next day he had almost forgotten about Gandalf. He did not remember things very well unless he put them down on his engagement tablet. Like this, Gandalf Tea Wednesday. Yesterday he had been too flustered to do any of the kind. So
what
that's
chapter
me.
Are you in?
I don't
Where
just
are
chapter.
you in?
I'm in just chapter 1.
Oh.
I got further than that, but I got to right before where everybody was gathering at his house and before they started their songs. Yeah, but I just thought that was funny. Like, I really think I could be part Hobbit.
I love that.
All right, and let's see how everybody else did. And Jamie's saying we still use a variant of the 5-paragraph. These are Christmas narrative stories, so these are a little more fun. Nice. We were talking about Jamie grading essays and how the 5-paragraph essay was the one that I always used to use. Now, Lucy, you're telling us that you're on your way home. 9 people still watching. And you're home. And Morgan read more of 2 Samuel, chapter 17 to 21. Really nice job. Grandma Susan saying good evening to you, Lucy.
Hi.
And Kat Reed's book got to 50%. And Grandma Susan got to 39%. And hey, we've got Steve in the comments. He says, woohoo. And he says, I want to live in a hobbit hole. Well, Steve, the way they describe it, I wouldn't mind it at all, especially that it's all on one floor and all of the stuff is off of one hallway. How convenient. And the many pantries that they have. And Jamie
all the pantries.
Jamie says, hey girls, getting on towards bedtime. I like my cozy home with my fire and my books. And that is how I hobbit. Yep. Yes, yes, yes. I feel like if I have my books, if I have my craft supplies, and if I am cozy or comfortable, so in the summer, cool enough, that's enough for me. I don't need any crazy adventures. Hey, Cher, and she's 7 pages from the end of her book. Is that still The Great Gatsby? I still haven't looked for mine. I'm not sure if it's on my main shelf here or if it's somewhere else in my house.
7 pages. She's so close.
I know. And Jill says 40 pages left of Whatever Happened to Lori Lovely. How's that going? Are you still liking it? Let us know. So, what are you going to do after you finish the Hunger Games?
Then I'm going to read something for Epistolary January, I think.
Mm.
And I really think I'm going to do, because it's so easy, it's such a quick read. I have maybe 40 pages left of Emma M. Lyon, so I'm going to finish that, and then I might go into
oh my goodness.
It's so good. It
is good.
It's so good.
It is good, but it's so sad knowing her story.
Mm-hmm.
And Cher says, yes, it is. She is almost finished with Gatsby. I still haven't gotten my yarn. So Cher told me about a yarn club for the year where it's like based on classic literature, the colors. And so each month is a skein of yarn, and then it's like a book, a classic book. And Great Gatsby is for January. So I still haven't gotten my yarn. I do plan on rereading that this month. It's a short book, so it shouldn't take too long. But can you believe we're already like halfway through the month?
That's crazy. That's crazy, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane.
And Jill is liking her book. Good deal.
Yay.
Good deal. Yep.
Yay.
It's not too late here, but I am a little tired. I just wasn't feeling well. And I slept almost most of the morning and into, I think it was probably right around like 1:30 or something.
Oh, did you not go to work today?
I didn't, no, because I wasn't feeling well. But I started to feel better, but now I'm tired again.
Oh, it's sad.
And Jill says, I read Diary of Anne Frank a long time ago. So sad. Me too. I feel like, was I in junior high, I think, when we read it? I don't think it was high school. I think it was junior high. Yeah. I wanted to show Jamie. I think it was Jamie that has this bookmark. I think Kelly also has it, maybe.
I want
it. Isn't that cute?
It is.
I was looking for a bookmark to use with The Hobbit, and so I pulled out my little stack of bookmarks, and that one was in there. I decided that I'm just, because I am tabbing stuff, I'm just going to use the like little tab sheet for that as a bookmark. Yeah. And Jill says, I'm tired myself. It's almost 11:30 here on the East Coast. Yes. And Cher says it's a super cute bookmark. I got it quite a while ago. I think at Barnes & Noble, but I think they still sell it. Let's see, does it say? It's a Peter Popper Press bookmark, and they do sell that brand at Barnes & Noble. I'm pretty sure that's where I got it. Jamie says it used to be in 8th grade. Yeah. Text. But no more. Wow. That's interesting. I'm pretty sure it probably was 8th grade when I read it. What do they read now in 8th grade? Let's see. What else did I read? Junior high, I know I read Johnny Tremaine. What was the other? All Quiet on the Western Front. Diary of Anne Frank. What else did I read?
don't remember everything I read.
Well, those were
Read
like,
Hatchet. I can't remember if that was high school or junior high.
I didn't have to read that one, but my nephew did, and so I read it when he did. I don't remember. Those were ones that I remember because it wouldn't have been books that I would have picked on my own.
Lord of the
Um,
Flies. I think I had to
oh,
read that too.
that was high school. That was
Well,
was it? I think that was senior English for me, and I could not. So my friend read it for me and just told me like what happened so that I could
yeah,
do my tests and homework
yeah.
stuff.
It's hard. It's a hard read.
Yeah. See, even back then I wasn't reading hard reads. Yes, I'm thankful to her all the time for doing that for me.
Because you didn't actually read the book.
Uh-uh. I started to, but I was like, nope, I can't read this. And she was reading it anyway because we were in the same class. So she would just tell me this is what happened. Then I
Yeah.
would, do my assignments.
That's crazy.
Jamie says, I bought that bookmark for Christy during the book exchange. Oh, fun.
My dogs are going crazy. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Ellery is reading Lord of the Flies right now as a freshman. Wow.
That's crazy.
Wow. That is crazy. Also, it's crazy that Ellery is a freshman because, like, I remember when she was born.
That's crazy.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. What else do I remember reading as an assignment?
I feel like I don't remember any of it.
I do remember we read The Importance of Being Earnest in that same class as Lord of the Flies, and we watched one of the plays, and instantly it became like one of my favorite things. I love it. Oscar Wilde.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you feel sick with? Just achy, or do you think you have a cold, or?
I don't know that I have a cold. I just had an upset stomach yesterday and I was just tired. I woke up in the middle of the night and didn't get much sleep. So,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Yeah, because you barely came into sprints and then you were gone. I was like, oh no, is she okay?
Yeah, no, I wasn't feeling well. And I had actually pizza, but I really wasn't feeling well. So I don't think it was the pizza. So I made a cauliflower crust pizza just with like some pizza sauce, mozzarella, pepperoni, and olives. It was really good. And I was just going to go have some right now. But yeah, I don't think that was it because I already at work I was not feeling great yesterday. So I don't know, maybe it is a flu, but it hasn't like hit me harder than I'm just tired. And let's see, Jamie says they're starting Flowers for Algernon, Sugar Unit. I remember the Telltale Heart. We did read that. I want to say that was like
Heart. What
sophomore.
was that?
That was a short story, Edgar Allan Poe, isn't it?
Oh yes.
Yeah. But this year they switched to 8th grade curriculum again. And Cher saying Oscar Wilde. Yep. Yeah. The Portrait of Dorian Gray. I own that book.
Look at.
I started to read it, and then I was watching the movie with Angela Lansbury, and I was like, I can't. Is that the Portrait of Dorian Gray?
No.
Oh, selected works. Very nice. I love that edition. So nice. Yes. Oh my goodness. Look at that. So pretty.
Yes, so this has so many things. Yes, beautiful. The first volume are his poems. The second
Nice.
volume is his novel, The Picture of Dorian Gray. Volume
Mhm.
3 and 4 are plays, and The Importance of Being Earnest is in there. Volume
Mhm.
5 are essays and fairy tales. Volume 6 are his dialogues. So yeah,
That is awesome.
and
I love that
it does have that old book. Oh
smell.
yes,
That's cool. And let's see. Jamie says Romeo and Juliet. We did that in high school. I think that was freshman year. It was when we did our Shakespeare unit. The Odyssey, we didn't have to do that. I think we read Around the World in 80 Days by Jules Verne. I don't think we had to do that one either. We did. So freshman year was like introduction to stuff. So we did Shakespeare. We did mythology. I think that's mostly what we did. And then sophomore
did we have to
year.
read the Odyssey?
What's
That's
that?
Steve. That's Steve's comment, not Jamie. But
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, that's
Steve.
okay.
Wow.
No, did we really have to
I
read it?
thought it was
I would
Jamie
say in
still
high
saying.
school. I don't remember having to read the Odyssey in high school.
I don't
Maybe parts
well,
of it.
I know we didn't. And then
I know I
he
had to study
also
it for my English degree, but I don't remember having to read it for English in high school.
and he says for Poe they read The Raven. So yeah,
Yep.
when I sophomore year we did a lot of short stories. So The Telltale Heart was in there. The Monkey's Paw. Ooh.
Oh, I remember another one we had to read in high school. Hold on.
And Steve says he would read that book. Cher says he's one of my favorites. Poe or Oscar Wilde. Oh, The Scarlet Letter, Nathaniel Hawthorne.
Yeah, we had to read this in high school. I remember it very vividly. That one, and then
too.
did you read Night by Elie Wiesel?
No. One of my years, instead of doing the regular English class, I did European literature. So we did like Dostoevsky and Kafka and other stuff like that.
Ooh.
I
have Dostoevsky. I have the brothers
Karamazov. Yeah.
Yep.
Cher says, what a beautiful book, Lucy.
Yes, I know. I love it. I love it.
And Hannah says, hi, Lucy.
Hi, Hannah.
And Jamie says, now they're starting with a Freak the Might, then doing The Boy Who Harnessed the Wind. I read that one for book club. I didn't read it in high school. I don't think it was out back then. And then The Diary of Anne Frank. So they're kind of going back, somewhat going back. Mm-hmm. That's good. I think it's an important book.
It is. I have the selected short stories of Franz Kafka too.
Nice.
And To Kill a Mockingbird is my favorite book of all time, but we all know this.
We did To Kill a Mockingbird in high school.
Yep.
That one I do remember. Hannah got her little guy put down and tidied up the house and started an audiobook, As Sure as the Sea by Jamie Ogle. Nice. I picked up a new book. I'm super excited. I can't wait to get to it, but I do have other things that I know I'm going to read before I start it.
Ooh, what is it?
Julia by Heather B. Moore. Story? No, it's inspired by the extraordinary life of Julia Child when she was in the OSS and stuff.
Ooh,
I
it's
know,
so
I'm so
pretty.
So cool. It says, before she stepped into the spotlight as a master of French cooking, Julia Child navigated the shadows as a World War II intelligence officer.
Oh my god.
So super excited to get to that one.
I want to cook like Julia Child.
Oh, me too. Me too. I used to watch her cooking show, that and Yan Can Cook, I think was the other cooking show on PBS that I used to watch. And Steve says, I read the Odyssey in school, but it might have been Homer like the Iliad. Oh, maybe the Iliad?
Oh, the Iliad by Homer.
Yeah.
That
And
one's a tough read too.
I have some good editions that I got at Barnes and Noble. You know how they have those big books of classics.
Yes.
Yeah. So I would like to get to those sometime too. Hannah says, I'm trying to decide if I should go to bed or take a shower first. Well, I will say it's very nice to take a shower and put on fresh pajamas before going to bed, but
especially if you have clean sheets to hop into.
yes, but
God.
sometimes you're just tired and you just want to go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
And Jamie says Odyssey used to be read in freshman English. Yeah, we didn't read the Odyssey. We did do a whole unit on Greek mythology. I don't know if we were just reading like out of a textbook. Do they even have those anymore? But when I was in school, we used to have the textbooks that had all of the different things in them. So it wasn't like a regular book that you were reading.
Textbooks were the thing.
And Steve says, I'm talking about Dorian Gray.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gray is so good.
You know, I was saying that I have the book and I had started to read it, and then the movie was like on Turner Classic Movies, the one with, or is that what it was called? TCM. It was the movie with Angela Lansbury.
Yeah.
And I watched that, and then I was like, oh, I don't think I want to read that book. So I haven't read it. It's still there. And then Steve says we also had to read The Outsiders. We didn't have to, but I did read it because the movie came out, and so I read the book.
The Outsiders.
Yeah. And Jamie says, my freshmen read A Lesson Before Dying, and then The Joy Luck Club, and then Romeo and Juliet. Oh, that's so interesting. And Hannah, or Grandma Susan says, Hannah, I love that book and author.
Romeo and Juliet's my favorite Shakespeare. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I love it.
I don't know what my favorite is. I do like it.
You guys want to see
I like Much Ado About Nothing.
I love that one too. And
I like The Taming of the Shrew.
And the Midsummer Night's Dream is so good too.
Yeah.
Look at my beautiful copy of his complete
works. Very nice.
With the gilded edges and the built-in bookmark, and it's so pretty.
Very nice.
There he is. The bard with the beard.
Cher says Oscar Wilde was my fave during the Kafka Dostoevsky high school period. I still have letters from one of my BFFs where we would quote him, The Smiths and The Cure. Very nice.
The Smiths.
I went to go see Duran Duran last weekend.
Oh!
It was such a blast from the past. And Hannah says, it's my first by her, Grandma Susan. And Jamie says, my sophomore class starts with Life of Pi, then we do Hamilton the musical, then either Things Fall Apart or The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. Do I own it? I know there was a time that I really was going to read it, and I thought that I had purchased it. And then we were going to do it at book club, but we ended up doing something else. So I know I haven't read it, but I don't remember if I already own it or not, but it's definitely one that I want to read. And Steve says, does everyone know that 10 Things I Hate About You is actually based off the book, The Taming of the Shrew? Yep. Yeah.
Yep.
Another one that was before 10 Things I Hate About You that I love is the musical Kiss Me Kate. Love it. That's
Is that
based
based
on.
off of The Taming of the Shrew too?
Yep.
I love The Taming of the Shrew.
And Jamie says, my juniors start with The Great Gatsby, then Friday Night Lights, and then we're supposed to go to The Warmth and Other Sons, but I got permission to switch to Julius Caesar. Nice. I think we did Julius Caesar when we were doing our Shakespeare unit as a freshman. I think I remember that. And the Ides of March.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, it is 8:41. I am kind of tired, so I think I'm going to call it a night.
Okay.
Lucy, good luck finishing your book.
Thank you.
I think you can do it. How many pages do you have left?
Let me look. Let's see, I'm on page 258, and there are 374. So a little over 100 pages.
Okay. All right. Well, you'll get it done soon.
I don't work till 4 tomorrow. So if I don't finish tonight, I'll finish before work tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. That's so nice. Jamie says seniors do Educated, then Hamlet, and maybe 1984, but I don't have a senior class this year. We did Hamlet too. I remember that. And it was funny because my mom, that one's her favorite. And so she was like quoting stuff to me all the time when I was reading that one. And I'm like, okay. And Steve says, wow, I didn't think I was going to remember all those books from 9th and 10th grade. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
They like all of a sudden they're there.
Yep.
And Cher says, you can do it, Lucy.
Yee!
And Jamie says, good night. And good night. Good night to everyone. Thanks for joining me tonight. Again, next week, I think sprints will start at 4:30. If I can manage to get home earlier, I'll have to check and see because it depends on what I have at work for that day. I'll start at 4 because I do need to be off by 7 so that I can go to my in-person book club. I thought we had those on Wednesday nights, but apparently they're Thursday nights this year. So we'll have to, it's not all the months though, but it's the third Thursday is when I have my in-person book club, and we have it January. We pick our books. February, March, and April we meet. Then I think we're off May, June, July, or maybe we have May, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, we're off. September, October, November, we meet, and then we're off December.
Gotcha.
So we each take a month, and there's only 7 of us, then plus our book choosing month. So we're off 4 months, 3 months in summer and December. So the Thursdays that I have a book club, I'll have to be done with sprints by 7. I'll still have them, but it'll just be shorter. So, yep. All right. So we'll see whoever can make it next week for a shorter sprint. Everyone have a great night. Lucy, thanks for coming on.
Thanks
Hope
for
you
inviting me. Thanks for waiting up for me, y'all.
no problem. I hope
I do
you
have to close next week, so I won't be able to join it all next week. But
yeah, because we'll be done early.
Yeah.
Yes. But the week after that, I can go longer, I'm sure. But again, thanks for popping in. Love having you.
Yes.
Good to
Bye,
chat with
everyone.
you for a little bit. Good luck getting your book
Yes.
done. And
Yes.
everyone else,
We'll have to schedule a sprint night when, like, the next Thursday that I have off. We'll just have to plan something.
yeah, just let me know. I
Yes.
still plan on doing sprints on Thursday. So, yep.
Yay.
So, everyone, have a blessed evening. And we'll see you next week, I hope.